Okay. We should be live here. Let me set the title of this real quick. Or the software and games. Wait, did it work? Yeah. Cool. Okay. So where we left this off, we were quite close if I recall. We were very close to having this working with 10% domain knowledge. Possibly we can solve this with sampling bias. What was it before? Was it uniform? Okay, so I think that the plan for today is for the first chunk, we're going to see whether we can get stable 15 solves with 10% domain knowledge. And then we're going to work on unblading that last thing. Quite tired today. Was it? It's 12. Probably going to do like a 5-ish hour, 4-ish hour stream today. Okay, so they're getting added by rewards. Good. Sampling is uniform. Okay. So we have to essentially figure out right now. It's a little tricky. You can see what essentially has happened here. So we've taken a big hit to the quality of our latching. Okay, let's sort of think about all the various options here, right? We could bias the sampling somehow. We're storing segments by the correct metric already. We could try to admit them by advantage and try to like fix both things at the same time. Hang on. Now, the freshest segment admission's already correct. Hey, Jess. We're trying to finish up the algorithm today. Wait, huh? Is this getting 14? Okay, no, this is expected. It gets 14. Prioritized by score, maybe? What env is the best indicator that Nalgo generalizes well across different envs? Generally, mazes and 2048 have been our best ones for that. Breakout is the quickest env that's like, you probably haven't completely broken stuff. Doing better on breakout sometimes means that you do better in a lot of places, actually quite often, but definitely not as consistent as mazes or 2048. We need to get this stable. This was just like the first dumb thing I thought of. We'll see if it makes any sense. Once we have this question solved, there's really only one question left, which is the advantage. The key difficulty at the moment is going to be that we do not have a way to refresh advantage. Well, this dumb sampling change may have worked good enough. If so, we'll commit this. Yeah, I'm a little stuck on the whole advantage The whole advantage thing. The core issue is that there's no good way to refresh advantage, right? There is, I mean, it would make the algorithm more complicated. Does this get us a 15 solve? This does look pretty stable, to be fair. We just need the lucky 15. It should be getting a 15 solve. Run was good this morning, Jess. I'm just very tired. I probably need to just eat a little bit more for the next couple days and I'll be good. I'm already down like 5-6 pounds in the last 3 weeks. Hmm. This will latch right at the end, won't it? Yeah. There we go. That's the 15 solve. I think that's good enough for the baseline to start on the advantage stuff. Let me commit this. Today's just going to be like a slow, thoughtful sort of a stream on the algorithm, I suppose. Like, I'm tired, but my mind is actually pretty clear. Yeah. I don't know, it might be better for me to take like a week off and do cut at maintenance. Because I do remember from last summer, after a few weeks, it was just real tough to like do anything. Or even just like a less of aggressive cut. This is like psychotically aggressive cut. I can pretty much just eat whatever and not stuff myself, and I'll still be down in pills. One moment here. Okay. Um This thing is not going to find anything, but the fact that this thing won't find anything, this will at least act to convince me I'm not missing anything really obvious. You can do this, it's not great. These things, it's like there's like sophisticated thousand things that are like very stupid. This is actually maybe the most reasonable. What random course should I take with operating systems and databases? If you're taking two courses, an operating systems course and a databases course, you shouldn't be taking other things. Wait, are you trying to pick one of the two? If there's not a big quality difference in quality for profs, I would definitely do operating systems. Unless it's like a systems course in database architecture, that could be kind of interesting. But if it's basically going to be here SQL, like screw that. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. It's SQL. Yeah, screw that, Anish. I mean, I guess it's useful for applied stuff, but that type of thing is way easier to pick up than like operating systems is. No, Jess. Actually, SQL is so ass that people are vibe coding their SQL queries at this point for the most part. Like, learning to build SQL, that would be an interesting course. Learning to use SQL, not remotely. Or CS. Well, Roger, it's funny because I like my Stanford systems courses were so bad that I didn't take any of the advanced ones, and I thought system was for like stuck up imbeciles because my systems courses were awful. Um, yeah. So I didn't take an operating systems course. I didn't take a compiler course. I probably would really enjoy those if they were reasonably taught. I will say the algorithms courses were pretty crap, aside from the intro ones. The advanced algorithms were very like just pedantic and dumb. Um, well, 20 mil per amps. I wouldn't be surprised, Jess. I wouldn't just say, oh, it's bad because 20 mil per amps. Your thing might actually scale with capacity. Roger, I really didn't enjoy almost any of my classes, to be honest with you. I have a couple exceptions. It's not like I just hate all classes. There were a few courses I took that were really good and really useful. But the vast majority of courses were just very poorly taught to the point that they were no longer, they were more frustrating than useful. And I have a very high tolerance for frustration. Yeah, but I don't put much stock in, like if you're really caring about grades in university, you're missing the point. Okay, we're gonna see if this works. This is the last piece of domain knowledge removed. So this is basically no domain knowledge. Anish, I don't actually know that much. Like, I know some basics and I just use them very well. That's it. It's like, you know, in martial arts, like I know a couple kicks, but I'm really good at them. Well, there's a little more to it, Jess, than that. Like, the way I approach the research was something I've learned over Um, well over a decade. I'm quite good at drawing connections between things. Um, I also sort of model the quality of works by modeling the likely mindset of the authors. That's very useful. It's very funny because a lot of the things I do is just like they seem kind of obvious. You have a dream, we're gonna solve everything, Spirit. That's it. Solve everything. Awesome utopian sci-fi future and whatever. Pruning bad ideas. It's more pruning, I would say, Jess. And then, like, whatever is left must be the way to go. I don't know, there's like very basic first principles logic that somebody will tell me X, and I'll say, well, okay, X implies Y implies Z, and I know Z is false, so just basic stuff like that. I have a very good memory for like a very odd category of things as well. Like when layer norm wasn't working, I immediately remembered the paper from 10 years ago that I had done on recurrent highway nets, and I remembered not wanting to use layer norm there, and I remembered like highway connections working. Okay, this is not ideal. I also don't like this fixed decay idea. I don't. This might not even be the issue though. Didn't add it to the config. Putting 40 to 50-hour work weeks during college. Because I grew up working 100+ hour weeks. So like when I was working 80 or 90 in college, it was not that hard. And noticeably, you'll see that I don't do that shit anymore. It's very, very bad for open-ended work. In addition to just being kind of miserable. I also got dramatically better since the end of my PhD even. I guess it was kind of like I already had all the pieces built up throughout my PhD, and then it was like a relatively simple thing to put them together afterwards. Like getting more into systems felt very natural. Like stripping out all this bloated crap felt very natural. Okay, so this only gets us 12. Working 80 hours a week during college is literally alien talk. I mean, 80 hours a week is 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, and then 10 on weekends. Like 80 hours is just working constantly, not having time for anything else, but still basically being able to get good sleep. 100 hours is like having no time for anything else and also not getting good sleep. I don't feel like it's the switch went off and I'm just lazy now. I've done very, very hard things in the last few years. Like, I mean, a lot of the things with Puffer were very challenging because you don't have like, it's not like somebody's just sticking things in front of you where you know what you need to do to get there. You're doing something that's never been done before. And the types of pressures and stresses from that are very different. I've also done a whole bunch of athletic things that I would have never dreamed of when I was younger. Things that are just brutally difficult. Um, I don't think I've gotten lazier by any means. It's more so just that the work has been different, and different work requires a different approach. Like, the thing that matters right now is that I make the correct assumptions on this algorithm, and I don't overlook anything important. If I were to do this for 16 hours straight, for instance, I guarantee you I would start overlooking important details that would then end up costing me more time. Okay. Let me think. So somehow advantage is not getting us the right data into our buffer. I don't know, Anish. I don't think it's like, oh, I've gotten less energy as I've gotten older or anything. I honestly, the points in which I've had the least energy are the points where I'm just like stuck working on bullshit. I think the reason that people tend to have less energy is they just get stuck working on bullshit. Like, you don't have autism and you don't have ADHD because you're fucking bored. Like, that's normal. If anything, it's very weird to be able to force yourself to concentrate on work that you have to actively think about that is also completely boring. I've had stretches of my life where basically I would be incapable of reading a single page of text I found boring. Like, if I were to open up a paper and try to read the first page, if I found the paper boring, I literally would not be able to read the first page. I'd just like space out, space out, space out, and an hour later just give up. Well, Hots is a little bit crazy as well, Anish. I don't think you want to have him as your see, I'm totally saying, Your Honor. Most of us are forced to at least do some of that. Rearrange things to do less of it. Hey, Cash. You got any cool new Shota results or anything? We're down to 10% domain knowledge required by this new algorithm. I'm working on literally the last thing that we need to remove before this algorithm works without domain knowledge, and then we can tune it, and then we can try it on other ends. I'm trying to think what this means. So, manage buffer all. Do you guys see, is it clear to people why the method by which we put data into the buffer cannot depend on score? Is that obvious to people or no? Here, I'll let this run something and I'll explain, I guess, while this runs, in case that's not obvious. Because there's a distinction here. You're actually allowed to use the score of the environment as a general purpose part of your algorithm. However, you're not allowed to use it everywhere. We're just letting it add some stupid diagnostics. I'll explain the distinction in a moment. I just want to have the run going, because then I'll have 5-6 minutes to do so. What's this, Jess? Also, I know somebody who was talking about RL plus Galcon. Hmm. There's actually one dude I knew who was super interested in this, where he might be running the competition, actually. If he's participating in it, you're screwed. He's literally the best programmer I've ever met. Yeah, I do know his name. Let me, I'll message you in a bit. Hang on. New number of, okay, here. Let me explain real quick the thing that I was talking about, though. So tab in. So what we showed with our earlier experiments, that we're using domain-specific knowledge on Sokoban, we showed that if you have your standard RL algorithm, okay, and you allow some of your environments to reset to previously seen states and just run the normal policy from there. That's the difference in the algorithm, is that some environments can reset to previously seen states. We showed that by retaining a very small set of states, even a single trajectory segment, you can basically perfectly solve any sparse exploration problem. So if only you know which states to reset to, you solve basically any sparse exploration task. It's a ludicrously powerful method. So now, the entire thing that we've been doing for the past several days is trying to come up with an increasingly general way to do that. And the way that we're currently attempting to do it is we are using the advantage associated with a segment to decide which segments to stick into our buffer of states. So we store the entire segment and we put it into a state buffer. And then, when you sample a state from that segment, you can sample any of the states. You don't have to start from the beginning of the segment. If you get a higher episode return starting from that state, you can replace the segment that you sampled with the better outcome. This uses score, right? You're essentially saying that if you're starting, if you have a segment and you're starting from a previously seen state and you get a better outcome, you can update the buffer with that better outcome. This is general because given that you are already in a specific state of the environment, you pretty much always want to have higher episode return. There's a little bit of opportunity for RNG hacking, but not a lot. RNG hacking meaning like just trying it a bunch of times until you happen to get a very lucky solve, not under the policy, but because like a simple example of this would be you keep hitting the boss, reset to right before you hit the boss, and then as soon as you get like a high damage number, right, that's the segment you keep. The reason I say that there's not a lot of potential for RNG hacking here is because you have to redo the full segment every time, and we change the RNG value each time as well. So you can't just like exhaustively try all the options until you find one that's good RNG. Now, the reason that you can't use the reward to select which segment should go into the buffer is that different episodes are not going to have the same potential for reward. Very simple example of this is any game with procedurally generated levels. Some runs are going to be easier than others. You don't want to fill your buffer with just the easiest levels. Therefore, you cannot use reward as the metric by which you decide to put stuff into your buffer. That is domain specific. Segment size is determined by sweep, and it matters incredibly. It's the same as the horizon parameter for BPTT. And it's one of the most correlated parameters with policy score across a large number of tasks as of Puffer 4. So that is why we need to have an advantage-based metric. I mean, we could use something other than advantage if anybody has ideas. But that's why we cannot use score as the metric to decide what data to keep. Now, the reason that advantage is a little bit tricky, so first of all, it seems to just not be putting in as good segments. I'm going to figure that out. The real difficulty with advantage is it's tied to the policy at time of collection. So advantage is based on starting in a state and then assuming that you're going to follow the current policy from there. So is the value function for that matter, right? A normal value function without an advantage estimate is just predicting if I follow the policy from the current state, what is going to be my future expected return. That's all it predicts. The only way to update this reasonably would be to start from the same original state. But then, if you're sampling a very sparse problem, you're probably not actually going to get as good of a reward. So you would have to do something more complicated, like if I sample from the starting state and I get a equal or better reward, then I update the advantage. Which I suppose we can do that if we have to. It's a little janky. We are on 13 score here. Oops, one moment. Sorry, housekeeper. 13 out of 15 score with no domain knowledge. Okay. I do think we can make this dramatically better, though. What? No, convert. That's not how that works. We're doing fine, but... That's like a very worthwhile expense. Not ranking the next level solve as the best data. Interesting. Let's figure out why. Don't even know. Yeah, that is especially where, if you're earning any reasonable amount of money, incredibly worthwhile. Wait. Oh, am I getting this wrong? Hmm. Basically still predicting discounted return. Well, this is very odd. Yeah, I have no ideas here other than like, yeah, whatever. Add logs, figure out why. I thought about this for a bit. I don't know why this would happen. We'll see. I just need some diagnostics at this point. Also, why does this thing keep blowing up? Oh, the stream post? I don't know if I'm in good company here. Whatever. Hello, YouTube folks. We are very slowly chipping away at this algorithm. If we can figure out why precisely Advantage isn't giving us the expected stuff in buffer, I think I can solve the other problem. So I think with a couple diagnostics, we should be okay here. I don't know why I scrolled this. Like, there's probably not even any cool research, right? Advantage is not going to be highest on the last state. How will CL interact with self-plays frozen pool? Victory. Snapshots produced. Your policy and the opponent's policy. Yeah, Jess, we just have to make it so that the states that we sample are with the current set of opponents, right? No big deal. See, the funny thing is it literally just doesn't understand how advantage works, adds in bad diagnostics. Meh. That's what I get, I suppose, but whatever. That's funny. This will be very cool, actually. We should give, what do they bring now? Melee switch with Scythe? For the Inferno environment that we have? It'd be very cool to give him a melee switch with Scythe. Huh? Pre-tuning recurring neural nets without recurrence. Just use linear recurrence? Wait, this is a Karsh. Oh? I know that dude. Oh. Non-linear RNNs. Test? That's cool. The Karsh was, I mean, this is my lab. Let's give it a... You can't just stick stuff on archive and not tweet it, though. You gotta friggin' tweet your stuff. Hey, I know that, dude. Alright, some actually cool research. Alright, blah blah blah. We rerun this with new diagnostics. See if there's any cool research. Eh? Oh, whatever. Okay. We get diagnostics and then we go back to thinking about stuff. Because I have no idea why this is happening. This is not the type of thing I can solve by thinking about it. This is the type of thing I need with I need diagnostics for. And once we have those diagnostics, we can probably solve it quickly, and then we're on the last thing we need. It's pretty good. Research. Okay, what we're gonna do is this is long overdue. No research. I leave all the indie game dev stuff on the timeline because at least when there's no cool research, you get to see stuff like Dish. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. Jensen seems pretty fun. Hmm. Okay. Well, um, that's about all that's on timeline today. No other research. Okay. So the plan is figure out why Advantage is not tracking. Why is Advantage not tracking the frontier at the moment? Figure out how to get it to track the frontier, whatever changes we need to make. Figure out the retention policy. And then iterate a little bit from there until it's nice and stable. The fact that this works at all is kind of cool, because this is still completely untuned. Oh, wait, that's Spencer. Thoughts on CLing the DR instead of DR from beginning? Let me get my Discord open. What's the problem, Spencer? Is it too hard to learn domain randomized, or like what's going on? No, I think, Spencer, that it would be... The CL thing that we did was different, remember? Remember the CL thing that we did originally? You can do that under DR, right? So just do them both at the same time. Does that not work? For adapting to target. Too hard from beginning. I mean, you could throw it into the sweep, I guess, yeah. It might be that we can increase it over time, but also, depending on what you're DRing, keep in mind, it's possible that you can make an environment impossible if you DR it in an unreasonable way. Like here, like if we were doing a drone, for instance, if you make gravity too strong for the drone to literally like fly, you're gonna crash it and you're gonna get a lot of bad data into the buffer, right? That can become impossible. Where you working from? I'm in California at the moment. I spend most of my time in Maryland and a little bit in Florida, but sometime in the summer, California's nice. DM the name. Oh yeah. Wait, who is this? Oh, this is Jess. I see. Where's Jess? Rhymes with chest. How's everything going? Pretty decently. This algorithm is a total pain. I can re-explain it in a moment. Let me just answer a couple quick messages on the side first. We're down to like 10% of the domain knowledge required to solve the task. And there's like one weird thing I'm figuring out to get rid of the last bit. Puffer 5 is not... What do you mean finally up? I've been working on it less than 3 weeks. Jeez. Puffer 4 is up. That one took 8 months. Eh. Just, like, if you want to do that, let me know when there's an energy drink sweetened with stevia that's actually good, and then send me a case of that, and maybe. I'm joking, Jess. Like, I don't actually need this. I've had enough energy drinks for one lifetime. So if there's any sort of enzyme out there that lets you process sugar alcohols, or you'd otherwise be intolerant, let me know. That would make life a lot easier. Like, I'm completely intolerant to sugar alcohols, and I don't know why. Again, Convert, you could have just literally written that whole end yourself in maybe 3-4 hours and had more fun and learned more doing it. That would be nice, Jess. I don't know if that's actually a thing, though, right? Like, I don't have any domain knowledge. Is that even something that is... Like, is that reaction even something where an enzyme makes sense? I don't freaking know. I guess it is. Maybe, and like... I don't know if that's a enzyme, like, to digest it, or a blocker to figure out whatever the heck else is happening. I don't fucking know. I had to actually learn some bio formally at some point. I'm basically letting this thing do whatever at the moment. This is purely diagnostic. All we're trying to figure out is why the highest advantage segments are not coming from new level solves. You're probably right, Jess. I wonder if it is literally that. There is no known enzyme that breaks down sugar alcohols. Oh, I see. It's not an enzyme, Jess. See? Okay, the whole point of the sugar alcohols is that you don't actually process them. So it's actually like bacteria processing them that shouldn't be processing them. Interesting. Right, the whole point of all the zero cal things is that you don't actually digest them. Yeah. Like the whole point of zero cal stuff is that you don't actually digest it. So it triggers taste receptors, but you don't actually break it down. So you basically want it to be inert is what you like. You want it to be completely inert in your digestive system. Yeah, so that's also a thing, Jess. If you could get it broken down into something that you don't process, without actually, yeah, that would work as well. I think. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, that's actually pretty simple. So basically, you don't even need to know the complex chemistry and what is actually happening with the thing. You just need to like all you need to know is the subset the subset of stuff to be able to figure out like something else that you can convert it into that's likely to be more inert, right? Okay, that's cool. I think I'm gonna have fun like actually learning bio stuff. To be clear, learning bio stuff is not gonna be just like typing questions into LLM. There will be formal study probably on stream as well. But that is on hold until RL is solved. We solve one field at a time. Um, Jess, you have to be a little bit careful with that though, because it can be like, great, this works perfectly. Oops, the byproducts cause cancer. You're dead. No, inert. Yeah, that's fair. Modified his stomach lining via CRISPR. Wait, what? Is that a thing? Wait, I didn't think that you could CRISPR. like a large chunk of existing cells. I thought that's why they're mostly like CRISPR on embryos is the thing, because it's like one cell. Or not even on embryos, my bad, on eggs. Can you CRISPR large numbers of cells? Is that a thing? Or did he like CRISPR a stem cell or something? What in the hell is that question that I just got? Habits. That's not a habit, my guy. That's kind of just normal. Not that one specifically, but like other distractions, you just remove them. Like here, the one thing I could never kick was constantly watching YouTube on my phone. I can't watch YouTube on this phone. Problem solved. Yeah, let's not do that. Stupid thing. I think I handled that very well, Jess, by restraining myself from not making the obvious yo mama joke. I just need this thing to parse me a little bit of log data. Let's see if this gives us anything plausible. A pre-solved state. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about how that works, Jess. Can you, like, I didn't think you can CRISPR large numbers of cells. Did he, like, CRISPR some stem cells or something? That's very cool, though. I want to know if it's getting high advantage on levels that are already fully solved. That should not be possible. We shall see. One moment. Yeah, okay. Hmm? One moment. One second. Wait, what? Just sending YouTube videos. I'll check that, Jess. Here, let me kick this off and do one. I got a quick thing I gotta do. And then we will continue. Ay. Come on. All right. We'll run this. Do a couple quick things while this experiment runs. And then we'll actually have to think about the advantage function a little bit. No biggie. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. using single 5090. A single 5090. Puffer is very fast. In fact, it can be about 3x faster than this. We just have a bunch of crap logging overhead. Yeah. This is one of the coolest M's we have. Look at this. This thing is like terraformed this whole end over the last 7,900 time steps. Pretty cool. All right, here it is. So let's see. By the time it is stuck before level 12, the selected can is 100% solve. Models are stupid as usual. But pretty much what's happening according to this thing is that we're seeing high advantage on levels we've already solved, which shouldn't be possible. Really shouldn't be possible. And that's what we have to figure out. Least best spec, max number of GPUs. I mean, it could go very high, Jess, but like... The point of what we're doing here is we assume that we can do it with very low amount of compute if we just don't do the engineering in a way that's completely stupid until we're really proven otherwise. Like most research, they just write really stupid code and then they assume that you need lots of GPUs because they don't realize that they're just writing really stupid code. You know? Yeah. Let's actually get some stuff done today. So, I mean, I'm kind of stuck with this stupid debug loop until we at least have some sort of understanding of how on earth the advantage is not working as expected. Okay, I suppose one thing that does occur to me using the max advantage in a segment, that could be really noisy. But what do we do? Do we use sum? Summed advantage in a segment? Guess it could be sum. What is happening here? Reinforcement learning research. Specifically, I am working on a new algorithm that allows agents to directly set this, well, to have the state of the environment set to any previously seen state. There's a little bit of a bug. Well, not really a bug. There's something with the new algorithm I don't quite understand. I'm just getting a bunch of crappy diagnostics on it at the moment before I make the next set of decisions. Six solve on pendulum. Upperlib is pretty good. It's pretty good. We're so close to having this new algorithm as well, man. It's very, very close. I'm talking with my buddy who works on curriculum learning later tonight. Oh, actually, that means I have to end the stream a little early because he sent me one of his recent papers I have to read, and I can't read it on stream. So I'll probably stream like another hour and a half-ish. Short stream today. Yeah, it's not surprising to me, though, that, like, you can basically just chuck Puffer at some previously very hard problems and it works. Like, a lot of the games are a lot harder than, these really impressive looking control problems. They're actually quite easy for reasonably good RL. Like, a lot of the games are much, much harder. Um, I guarantee you that Sokoban, like any reasonable form of Sokoban, is much harder than Pendulum. It's much harder than, like, most actual robotics problems. Most, like, fancy looking games research. I mean, like, Sokoban's really, really hard. So if you don't do RL and you don't really know how to think about what makes a problem hard or easy at a deep level, results that are actually really impressive will look like toys, and results that are toys will look really impressive. It's just NVIM, but I don't even have an NVIM tab open anywhere, man. So, like, my editor's NVIM, but this is just like a basic terminal printout I wrote for Puffer. Basic terminal printout I wrote for Puffer. It's not supposed to be like this. If we figure out a version of Advantage that correlates well, we still don't have a way to update that advantage. Yeah, but I do have a few different methods I can try. No, I think we'll be able to have a version of that that's reasonable. Not an RL research, but it looks interesting. So the way that this stream works is I just do all of my research live. Sometimes it's really boring crap like this, where we're just chipping away at a very hard problem until it eventually falls. Sometimes it's like much more active and interesting low-level engineering. We did several months straight of CUDA dev for Puffer 4. Sometimes it's building fancy new simulators. Sometimes I'll have papers open and I'll be doing architecture research. Sometimes stuff is fast and exciting. Sometimes it's slow, and slow is boring, but progress is made either way. And it all happens here. So, while this is currently one of the slower bits of it, we are pretty much 90% of the way now towards a very, very major algorithmic breakthrough. At least it should be. We're not going to know the full extent of it until we really polish it up and test it more broadly. But we have the makings of a very good algorithm here. 1 minute left on this one. Okay, so if the hypothesis here is that max advantage is unstable, do we really just use summed advantage? Summed positive advantage, maybe? Summed absolute advantage? Maybe it is summed absolute advantage. We'll try summed positive, we'll try summed absolute, depending on what this returns us. Okay. I retained threshold. We'll try this real quick. Uh, I'm not involved with that one, Crit. A few of our community members have been chucking puffer at it. I think it's like a it's a algorithms competition based on Galcon. You can go play that game online. Yeah, so as expected, this is not the magic solution. Yeah, this is not the magic solution. Adding a crazy number of logs, lovely. Like I said, sometimes our stuff is just kind of slow. Right? Sometimes research sort of slow. I still find it funny how this thing has like 0 useful suggestions, but it can hack together large amounts of crappy C and CUDA quickly enough, so whatever. Ugh. Excuse me. Yeah, I know, Anish, it's awful. I mean, the only other thing I can do is just, like, not show it. You're not supposed to have that many log items. $23 seconds left. Okay. Right back. Did Fortnite on your computer? So Anish, at one point I thought Puffer was going to be a pure games company, and I was playing all of the games of the biggest companies in order to, like, see if we could do anything for their games with RL. And I will say I was actually pleasantly surprised. I was playing the no build version of it, and it's actually like a perfectly serviceable, fun game. It's just like a good battle royale thing. Especially if you turn off there's a setting to like turn off all of the awful um like DRM music and stuff, like all the awful like integrated music and stuff. You can turn all that crap off. Puffer Eve Online would be very funny. And fuck with shooters. I mean, I've played a good chunk of Overwatch. I've played a good chunk of Valorant. It's not my favorite genre. Like, I've played a bunch of games. It's just that other genres don't tend to hold my attention anywhere near as well as MMOs do. Like, I've played all the Souls games. Played a lot of, like, the large games you'd expect. I do still occasionally play League. I'm awful at that game, but it's still fun. Valorant? Silver, dude, as well. I think no, did I get to Silver 1? I think I did get to Silver 1 at one point. But I'm terrible at shooters. I got to gold on it, like, gold as a tank main on Overwatch. That was, like, peak. I'm really not good at, those types of games. Favorite character in Overwatch? It was mostly maining Ramatra. It was Rhine, but, with all the new stuff, it's just not that usable a lot of the time. Let's see. protein. Still looking for your account. Anish, it doesn't keep the VODs for that long. Might have them on YouTube. I think I do have them on YouTube. I'll send you it at one point. I also had, like, all the RuneScape streams from, what was it? I had the RuneScape streams from getting, I think it was just the Elite Helm. And then at some point, the Master's Helm. I think I did actually edit together all the clips for the Elite combat achievements. I'm not actually staring at them, Yasin. I'm not actually doing anything on this. So the thing that's happening at the moment, I can sort of explain. The version of this that works uses the highest score segments and adds those to the buffer. That is a domain-specific hack that will not transfer to a large class of environments. I'm trying to replace this with an advantage-based metric to add the highest advantage segments to the buffer. For whatever reason, that change is not adding the highest reward segments. It's producing much worse buffer data. So that's pretty difficult, a pretty difficult thing to understand what's going on. So it's just a bunch of, like, slow, annoying back and forth logging crap. Unfortunately, the simplest task that I could come up with that is still meaningful for this research is like a 6-minute loop. I couldn't get a 30-second task that I could solve because the problem is any of the 30-second solve tasks, the Puffer 4 baseline will also solve. So this is the best thing I could come up with for now. And we're pretty close to solved. Like, a couple last questions. Yeah, this is on 5.0-CLX, this version. Do you know what is being selected? Yeah, it's somehow the previous levels still have pretty high advantage on them. And I'm trying to figure out why. How you came up with what name? Europeans have landed. CLX. Curriculum learning experiments. To be fair, Anish, Florida is miserable in the summer, and I say that as a Florida State resident. You kind of can't do anything. However, Florida would be a substantially better state if they do manage to just wipe out the mosquito population. So I'm hoping that that actually goes through and works. Like, I don't think people who have not been there I don't think people who have not been there understand how bad it is. Advantage depend on value prediction. Yes. But the value function is predicting incorrect value. That is exactly what advantage is. It's the error in the value function prediction. So that's precisely what you want to use, right? You're telling it that it needs to spend more time on areas where it currently has an incorrect value function. That's like the whole point. They don't want to read it because, yeah, it's dumb. I mean, I got sunburned real bad this past weekend. And I was only out for 3 hours. I don't know if you can Maybe you can't see this. Look how tan this segment is. This is not the camera lighting. I actually just have a stripe right there. Was out like in direct sun for 3 hours. Did a 20K in the heat. Yeah. I mean, I went out with a hat but no sunscreen. I forget how badly burned I got from my 50K, honestly. I was in so much pain from that thing. Like, I probably did get super burned and just didn't notice it because everything else hurt more. This is hilarious. Domino's tweeting. Friggin' RuneScape. Right, $11.06 an hour for Blackwells. Jesus. The heck? Okay. We'll see what's going on here. I think ultimately this is just going to end up being a slight change to the advantage metric for all of this crap. But it's really not easy to get decent diagnostics for this. Huh? It probably put some weird characters in the logs. That's a new one. Afternoon. Hello. AI policy. Um, Honestly, the less policy enacted around AI, the better. And if they are going to be enacting stuff unavoidably, at the very least, making sure that the stuff that they're aiming to, that like to hit Google or OpenAI or Anthropic with is not hitting anybody that's like working on 20 GPUs. That's a pretty important one. Basically, any sort of required interaction with a government process for small startups is just going to kill everything instantly. So, generally preventing politicians that do not know anything about tech from screwing over their entire startup ecosystem would be good. It's kind of damage control. So it's simultaneously AI is simultaneously the biggest bubble and the biggest technological advancement ever. Um, it's kind of like the internet, but worse in a sense. Like, with the internet, it was just, oh, Icebreakers has a multi-million-dollar website or whatever. Like, the things that are being done now, there are just so many ways to be stupid with AI that didn't exist in the 90s. I also don't think that the big AI CEOs are going to be remembered fondly for any of this crap. Like, there's a good chance that um, we end up treating the AI execs worse than the cigarette ad agencies. I mean, it really depends what they do. Yeah, so, like, if they just do nothing, we will be fine. I think it's pretty much the only thing that they can possibly do is completely tank the country with stupid legislation. And give me a second, I'll be right back. Well, yeah, that's an existential risk to the country, though, Jess. Like, stalling AI progress by 4 years is very, very bad. The good news is, unless they do something absolutely crazy, the RL stuff we're doing should be unaffected. It's like, yay, cool. We're open sourcing 100,000 parameter policies that do all sorts of stuff. It's not really affected by like restrictions on numbers of GPUs or like flops or whatever the hell else. It just, the rule around here is I don't comment on anything political unless it is directly and clearly AI. But yes, that is basically the thing. If you do nothing in AI for 4 years because you have it regulated, then in 4 years, this will just be like, US will just be a subsidiary of China or whatever the fuck. Subsidiary. Territory. Yep. That about summarizes it, Ish. I mean, if you think I'm the goodest good guy you got, you're seriously fucked. People are actually aware of AI now because it's like been jammed down their throats literally everywhere. You ride the subway in New York and you have AI agent ads. It's disgusting. Not even an SF. That's New York. Well, just because it doesn't do anything to help the feet. Like, politicking bullshit doesn't help anything. You're not gonna do shit there. Like, if you want to actually make a difference in things, we just build stuff and release it. There, it's released. It solves X problem. Like, there's no more talking about X problem. There's no more building a million companies and fundraising about X problem. You know, There's no more regulating around how you can possibly approach X problem. It's just solved. Done. Next problem. Yeah. Again, Anish, like, I think if the outcome of this is that we end up significantly stymieing AI progress, because of what the large companies have done, like, they will be remembered worse than the cigarette ad agencies. The thing that's annoying with Anthropic is, like, a lot of them, or even most of them, I actually believe that they mean well. Like, I actually do believe that they mean well. They're just, like, the most ludicrously out of touch people you've ever met, who should not ever touch anything real ever. Oops. All right, what do we have here? I mean, the biggest thing, Jess, is also that they don't manage to screw up other areas of AI that are not language models as well. I mean, that's very intentional, Anish. Like, my hope is that we get this stuff into bio, we get this into material science, and to be clear, if I discover good stuff there, a lot of it will be monetized, and it will be monetized heavily. But the goal is that eventually, that aside, we end up solving some very important problems, and those problems are solved without piles and piles of infrastructure that you can never really understand. They're solved with just very good sim plus very good learning, and they're solved in a way that they're just broadly accessible. Basically, anybody can play with them, extend them, whatever. And at that point, then it becomes completely apolitical because you can't, like, no matter what your views are on it, you can't do anything about that. It's just there. if you come up with some software for various forms of like biosim research, and it needs to be run on a 10,000 GPU cluster, then you can do all sorts of things to make it harder to get access to that, right? You can regulate like who has access to the clusters that are able to do this. If you have such a cluster, who you're able to allow access to such things with. But if it's just there and it's like X number of thousand lines of code and it runs on your laptop, that's it. Cat's out of the bag. So I'm basically one of the big reasons for the way I do my stuff this way is because even if I end up hitting walls in my stuff, like it doesn't make sense in my mind to try to solve problems any other way that requires much larger scale, because the amount of people that can get in the way and fuck with you for virtually no reason is very high. Whereas I've essentially optimized for just no friction, all tech progress. So anything that I actually come up with, it's just there. It's a house in Beverly. See, why the hell do you want a house in Beverly of all places, my guy? I also don't need $1 trillion. What the fuck would I do with that? I could invest in SpaceX. I have no idea, Cred. I might buy some, but I'm probably not gonna buy some like right on IPO. I don't particularly like that it's tied to XAI. I'd be way more excited about investing if it were not tied to any of their AI stuff, if it were just SpaceX. You know? I got some Nvidia before it like went to the moon, but I didn't buy anywhere near enough. I don't know about that, Jess, right? Like, maybe AGI can predict the movements of the stars, but it still can't predict the madness of men. I mean, I would believe that XAI could be very good. Um, I think it's pretty clear, though, that Elon just has not invested the same amount of time into deeply understanding AI and the stack there as he has in Tesla and SpaceX. I mean, you can basically just see that from like the shifts in the tech stack and all the like revolving door of people and all that. It's funny that they do actually have the right tech stack now in my mind. But they probably just have people vibe coding it like yeah. And like you can see from the tweets that here. Yeah, okay, we're still here. The camera just crashed. Let's see. It'll come back in a second. Come on. Stupid thing. Can't hear? You should be able to hear now. I know it froze. The stream is not frozen now. It's just the camera. There it is. So, yeah, I think that just the thing that hasn't clicked is like, more parts is more complexity generally when you're working with mechanical systems. I don't think that the parts being dependencies and, amount of code and abstractions, like that mapping doesn't seem like it is clicked yet. It's very easy to explain the importance of minimizing points of failure in a mechanical system, for instance, and the importance of simplicity is a very, very strong predictor of amount of shit that can go wrong. For whatever reason, it's way harder for people to grasp this in software. Some people do, dev their whole lives and never figure it out. It's so obvious once you see it as well, but for whatever reason, I remember before I saw this, and it was just like so alien. For whatever reason, software is just one of those things where like your natural instinct is to do basically the dumbest thing possible. And you have to retrain it. Wait, is this only 20K? Oh, it's a raw wafer. Okay. Yeah. Cerebras is a really cool company. Right. Pretty stupid dev day overall, I gotta say. And I have to be done pretty soon because I gotta look at that paper. I'm hoping we can at least figure out this one thing. Well, yeah, Jess. Like, despite all this, like, crap, I actually do understand what I'm doing here and what's going on. Like, essentially, what's happening here, okay, is we swapped from score to advantage as the thing that tells us what segments to put in the buffer. And for whatever reason, old levels have way higher advantage than we'd expect. So we're not getting the fresh data in that we actually want. And figuring out like what data are we actually accepting and why does it have high value is really obnoxious, and that's why I have this stupid back and forth codex crap loop. Most candidates have their max advantage source in the greater than equal to 90% solve rate. Low mean error, but non-trivial max error. Okay. Maybe we go back to some abs advantage. The son who talked about attention in Puffer. I've had a couple people message me like crackpot attention things that I don't believe make sense. That is the dumbest damn exchange. Holy crap. It's not even funny, that's just stupid. Alright, let's see what this does. It's probably the last run for now. Interesting. So, yeah, we got stuck for 266 mil on L6 somehow. That'll be useful data. Blog. Wait, what blog? Oh. Bruh. I don't even want to look at that crap. Come on. It's stuck for 266 mil by level 6, huh? I do remember max advantage being a way better metric. No, it'll be like, oh, you're using it. It's fine, whatever. What is this, dude? Am I gonna regret this? Oh, this is the GeoHots one. Fine. The world models is not the solution. Yeah. This is actually a pretty reasonable, like... I guess I should have read parts of this out loud. But yeah. I mean, this is pretty much spot on. The only reason, in fact, like, that I've been as dependent as I have for, the latest puffers, because I just need to invest more time learning some lower level dev. Well, learning CUDA specifically. I just need to spend some more time on CUDA so I can get our kernels polished up to the point that stupid language models don't keep screwing up my stuff. Link the article, just Google internal Sloptember. And also, who's this dude posting shit in Russian? It's on par or worse. But I want to see the specific latching. That is Russian, isn't it? You seem kind of sad. No. I mean, this is a pretty boring workflow, I will say. I'm kind of just very slowly chipping away at a hard problem. And I've been doing it for the last couple weeks. Oh, it's somewhat tiring. Excuse me. We're very close to done. It's like the last couple questions that are just tough. Very odd. Well, summing is going to favor long segments. No, that's really shit. Shit. What do we figure out here? We can try the mean, but I think that the length bias is going to screw it up. No, we're not doing top K mean. That's shit. One moment. Okay. Did they do some abs? I think they did do some abs in PLR, right? It was. Maybe it's this. And I gotta go pretty soon. This could magically just solve it for us. We'll see what happens here. Mean abs advantage, maybe. Does seem kind of crap. Biases you towards very short ones, right? It's what they did for PLR, though, isn't it? Probably off, Jess. Because I think that they probably have fixed length steps or some bullshit here. Yeah, some. L1 value loss. This isn't massively worse than I think this will have to be. But, man, it takes so long to latch. This could just be we overfit. I guess we'll see. In my mind, this is likely the best metric, though. Mean absolute advantage. Pretty irritating. Get to alpha testing. This last little chunk is really annoying, Jess. I think it's quite possible that, like, I just have this thing tuned towards the previous metric. Mean abs advantage would have to be... I just don't see how it would be anything else reasonably. It is so much worse out the gate, though. Holy crap. Covers a little bit, but bad. Warm start. What do you mean, Jess? Yeah, we're not doing this crap. This should be better than score, not worse. I see. Well, that's really crap. We could square it. And no. Mean squared error, maybe. L2 on value, maybe. We'll just try L2 on value, fuck it. That would be kind of cool. Because max is Linf, right? So we tried Linf, we tried L1, why not try L2? Last run and then we call it. Last run, we call it. I got no idea if this doesn't work. Okay. I swear if this works. Okay. This is reasonable. We'll see if it solves, actually. Not great on 12. Better, though. This is too much latch. Does get there eventually. If I can get 14, I think I can mess with the prioritization and get 15. How long has this been running for? 4 minutes. Yeah, I know. It's got too many stats and it's not displaying cleanly. I mean, this is a very, very long-winded way of saying ablate L infinity, L1, L2. But, we get there. 13, maybe. Okay, we do get 13. Do we get 14? We actually have a solve at 14. Okay, last little bit of analysis. At least we get some progress today. It's not latching nicely, though. Presumably, data's not getting into the buffer as cleanly as it should still. Yeah, we're still 0% on 14. So, 13 with no domain knowledge, that was good. To start. Oh, hang on, does it solve right at the end? It's very close to solving. Hey, Liberty. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that's 14 with no domain knowledge. We actually get a result today, just barely. Yeah, we just didn't get the 15 solve because the other ones took too long to latch. Did we get? No, we didn't get any. Yeah, plus 1,200 lines of garbage. I do need to get ready to go, but man, we just got the result. It's so close. I'm not gonna work on this later either, because I'm getting margaritas with a friend who does work on CL. Shit. Don't worry, Badge. It's all diagnostics. Um, none of that crap is getting kept. In fact, like, none of this stuff is just gonna be merged to Puffer. It's mainly, we figure out algorithm. We're going to automated debloat a lot of it, and then I'm going to manually rewrite the thing before this gets into the actual code base. The reason I'm doing shit this way is that this is still faster. Like here, I could very easily prototype this stuff in Torch manually, but then the runs would take like 20 minutes. So it's better that I have this thing just add diagnostics and stuff in 2 minutes, and then I run it in 6 minutes. Okay. Jess, we have 14 score with no domain knowledge. It's gonna still need some work, but we're very close. The trick was to use L2 of the value error, not L1. L1 is too sensitive to noise. So, one seemingly quite simple trick. Okay, I think I'm happy with this for now. Um, Jess, there's still a lot to ablate. It's not getting 15 out of 15 levels. Um, I don't like the way that we are updating the advantage estimates and the sampling, the distribution for sampling as well. There's still quite a bit of work. Yes, that's the point, Liberty. The whole point of what I'm doing is to be able to imply it like to everything in Puffer. We did make a nice big jump in progress at the end there. I mean, that might have seemed obvious, like, oh yeah, trial infinity, trial one, try what, but like, the reasoning behind it took a while, alright? So, I'm gonna call it here. Decent stream. Still kind of tired today. We'll start this back on Monday. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I just did push it, Jess. I don't know if this version is going to be any better, but this is just with batch size bigger. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's on the CLX branch. If you're interested in my work generally and you'd like to support the project for absolutely free, just start Puffer on GitHub. Also YouTube, you can sub there. Twitter or X, you can follow me there. Discord's where all the dev happens. Join there if you want, discord.gg/puffer. All sorts of fun demos on the website. We stream all sorts of research around here. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, but we make progress nonetheless. Enjoy your weekend.